Journal entry number 93, 15th of October, 1895.
As I sit in my study this evening, the autumn rain pattering steadily against the window panes, I find myself compelled to record what might seem, to the casual observer, the most unremarkable of evenings, yet one which revealed to me a truth about my friend Sherlock Holmes, that all our adventures, all our death-defying encounters and brilliant solutions had somehow failed to illuminate. It was an evening where nothing happened, and yet everything changed. An evening where Holmes conducted an experiment that had nothing to do with chemistry or crime, but rather with something far more elusive and, dare I say, far more human. Little did I know, as I settled into my familiar armchair that October night, that I was about to witness Holmes grapple with a puzzle that had confounded him for years, one that could not be solved through observation and deduction alone, but required something my friend had long dismissed as mere sentiment. The evidence was all around me, yet I, trained as I was by the master detective himself, remained quite blind to it until the very end. The fire was burning particularly well that evening, I recall. Mrs. Hudson had laid it with unusual care, using the seasoned oak that Holmes preferred for its steady, contemplative flame, rather than the quick-burning birch. The logs settled with occasional soft sighs, sending sparks dancing up the chimney like tiny orange spirits ascending into the darkness. The gaslight was turned low, Holmes's preference when he was deep in thought, casting our sitting room at 220 Chambly Baker Street into that peculiar half-world between day and night, reality and reflection. I had returned from my practice later than usual, delayed by a difficult confinement in Kensington that had required my attendance well into the evening. My medical bag sat by the door where I had dropped it, still redolent with the smells of carbolic and the peculiar sweetness that attends childbirth. I was tired, certainly, but it was the good tiredness of useful work completed, of a mother and child both safely delivered into the world. As I removed my coat and hung it on the stand, shaking the rain from its shoulders, I was already anticipating the comfort of our sitting room, perhaps a brandy, and the companionable silence that Holmes and I had perfected over our years together. Yet, as I entered our shared sanctuary, I was struck immediately by something in the atmosphere, a quality I cannot quite name even now, looking back through the lens of understanding. Holmes was standing before his chemical table, but he was not, as I had expected, bent over some experiment. Instead, he stood quite still, his long, thin fingers resting on the edge of the table, his aquiline profile silhouetted against the window where the rain traced silver lines down the glass. He was dressed in his mouse-coloured dressing gown, his feet in the old Moroccan slippers he favoured for indoor wear, and his pipe, that old black clay pipe that signalled his most contemplative moods, sent up lazy spirals of smoke that hung in the still air like questions without answers. "Ah, Watson," he said without turning, and I noted with my physician's trained ear that his voice carried a peculiar timbre, not the sharp clarity of the chase, nor the dreamy abstraction of his cocaine-induced reveries, thankfully abandoned these past months, but something softer, almost uncertain. "I trust Mrs. Forrester and her child well?" "Both thriving," I replied, moving toward my chair with the comfortable ease of long familiarity. "A boy, 8 pounds, with an impressive set of lungs and an apparent determination to make his presence known to all of Kensington." I expected one of Holmes's usual rejoinders, some observation about the statistical probability of male births, or a sardonic comment about the proliferation of the species. Instead, he merely nodded slowly, as though I had confirmed something of great importance, and continued to gaze out at the rain-swept street below. It was then that I began to observe, truly observe, as Holmes had taught me, the scene before me. The chemical table, which ordinarily bore the organized chaos of Holmes's experiments, had been cleared, save for a single beaker of some colorless solution and a spirit lamp that was not lit. This in itself was extraordinary. Holmes was not a man who tidied his workspace before completing his work. Upon the mantelpiece, I noticed, his correspondence had been arranged with uncharacteristic precision, the letters sorted into neat stacks rather than their usual haphazard dispersal or their more dramatic display, transfixed to the woodwork by Holmes's jackknife. His violin case lay open upon the sofa, the instrument itself resting across the arm of his chair, positioned, I realized, so that he might take it up at a moment's notice. The bow had been rosined. I could see the faint white dust upon its hair. And on the small table beside his chair sat a volume I recognized as one of his commonplace books, opened to a page covered with his distinctive, angular handwriting. These observations accumulated in my mind like the symptoms of some mysterious malady, each detail significant, yet their collective meaning obscure. Holmes was preparing for something. That much was clear. But for what? There was no client expected, no case demanding solution. The evening post had been delivered. I could see it among the precisely arranged correspondence. Yet no letter appeared to have commanded his particular attention. "You seem pensive this evening, Holmes," I ventured, settling into my chair with a slight groan that owed more to the day's exertions than I cared to admit. "Is there a problem presenting itself?" "A problem?" He turned at last, and I saw his face fully in the firelight. Those keen grey eyes, which could be so piercing in their intensity, held a quality I had rarely witnessed in all our years. Together, something almost vulnerable, though Holmes would have scorned such a description. "Yes, Watson, one might call it a problem, though it is not the sort that appears in the agony columns or arrives via telegram from Scotland Yard." He moved then, with that curious gliding step of his, to his chair, and lowered himself into it with unusual care, as though his mind was elsewhere and his body merely followed from habit. He took up the violin, cradled it beneath his chin, but did not immediately begin to play. Instead, he gazed at me across the space that separated our two chairs, a distance of perhaps 6 feet in physical measurement, yet one that spanned, I would later understand, a far greater gulf. "Tell me, Watson," he said, the bow hovering above the strings, "in all your medical training, did you ever encounter a condition that couldn't be observed, measured, or treated through conventional means? Something that existed beyond the reach of your instruments, and yet was as real as any fever or fracture?" The question was strange enough to command my full attention. I set aside the evening paper I had been about to unfold, and considered carefully before responding. "I have known illnesses of the mind," I said slowly, "conditions where the body showed no sign of disease, yet the patient suffered none the less. Melancholia, hysteria, neurasthenia, disorders that we physicians acknowledge while admitting we understand them imperfectly." "Ah, but you acknowledge them," Holmes said with sudden intensity, leaning forward. "That is the critical point. You accept their existence despite the absence of visible symptoms. You trust the patient's testimony, the evidence of their experience, even when your stethoscope and thermometer tell you nothing. Well, yes, I agreed, somewhat puzzled by the direction of this discourse. A good physician must treat the whole patient, not merely the measurable symptoms. It is the art of medicine as opposed to science. The art as opposed to the science, Holmes repeated softly, settling back into his chair. Yes, precisely so. He drew the bow across the strings then, producing a single sustained note that seemed to fill the room with a profound melancholy. It hung in the air between us, that note, and in it I heard something I could not yet name, a question, perhaps, or a confession. Outside, the rain continued its steady percussion against the windows. The fire crackled and settled. And I, John Watson, physician and chronicler, sat in the warm circle of our shared domesticity, quite unaware that I was about to witness something far more remarkable than any of the sensational cases I had recorded for the public's entertainment. Holmes was about to reveal a mystery that had nothing to do with crime or deduction, and everything to do with the human heart, including, improbably, his own. Holmes lowered the violin after that single haunting note, resting it once more across the arm of his chair with a care that bordered on reverence. The silence that followed seemed somehow fuller than the sound that had preceded it, as though that note had opened a space in the evening that now waited to be filled with understanding. "You will think me quite mad, Watson," he said at length, his gaze returning to the chemical table across the room. "But I have been conducting an experiment this past fortnight that has yielded the most contradictory results." An experiment? I followed his line of sight to the solitary beaker with its clear solution. "I confess I see little evidence of your usual industry. No malodorous compounds, no unexplained explosions to alarm Mrs. Hudson, no singed fingers or burnt timepieces." A ghost of a smile crossed his thin lips. "Ah, but this is an experiment of a different order entirely, one that requires not chemicals and heat, but rather their absence, observation without interference, the measurement of something so subtle that the very act of examining it might change its nature." He rose and moved to the chemical table, his dressing gown whispering against his legs as he walked. I watched as he lifted the beaker with those long, delicate fingers that could be so deft with the most intricate apparatus. He held it up to the firelight, turning it slowly, studying the liquid within, as though it contained some profound secret. "Pure water," he announced, "distilled 3 times, filtered through charcoal, boiled and cooled, as close to nothing as chemistry can provide while still remaining something. Do you know what I have been doing with this water, Watson?" "I confess I cannot imagine," I replied, genuinely intrigued now by this unusual turn in my friend's thoughts. "I have been observing it," Holmes said simply. "Every evening for 14 days I poured exactly 100 milliliters into this beaker, placed it here on this table, and watched it. I have noted the room temperature, the humidity, and the air pressure. I have timed how long it takes for the surface to become perfectly still after pouring. I have measured the rate of evaporation under varying conditions. I have documented everything with the same precision I would apply to the analysis of a poison or the examination of bloodstains." He set the beaker down with exquisite gentleness and turned to face me, his hands clasped behind his back in an attitude I recognized as one of his lecturing poses. Yet there was none of the usual triumph in his demeanor, none of the sharp satisfaction he typically displayed when explaining a deduction. "And what have you discovered?" I asked, playing my part in our long-established dialogue. "That is precisely the problem, my dear fellow. I have discovered that water, under identical conditions, behaves identically. It evaporates at predictable rates. It reaches equilibrium at calculable intervals. It responds to temperature and pressure according to immutable physical laws. There are no surprises, no anomalies, no inexplicable variations." He paused, and when he continued, his voice carried a note I can only describe as frustrated wonder. "It is entirely reliable, completely measurable, and utterly devoid of mystery." I must have looked as perplexed as I felt, for Holmes gave a short, dry laugh and returned to his chair. "You are thinking that I have taken leave of my senses, that the absence of criminal cases has driven me to find puzzles in the mundane. And perhaps you are right. Yet I cannot escape the conviction that I have proven something of great importance, though I am not yet certain what." Before I could formulate a response to this curious confession, we were interrupted by a gentle knock at the door. Mrs. Hudson entered, bearing a tray laden with our tea things, the silver teapot that had been a gift from a grateful client, the matching sugar bowl and creamer, the blue willow cups and saucers that Holmes had inherited from his grandmother, and a plate of her excellent shortbread biscuits, still warm from the oven. "I thought you gentlemen might want your tea early this evening," she said. Her round face creased with the particular expression of maternal concern she reserved for us. What with the damp weather and Dr. Watson just returned from his calls, nothing like hot tea to ward off a chill. "Most thoughtful, Mrs. Hudson," I said warmly, for indeed the prospect of tea was immensely appealing after my rain-soaked journey. "Yes, thank you, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes added, though his mind seemed elsewhere. "Tell me, have we been especially difficult lodgers of late?" Our landlady paused in her arrangement of the tea things, clearly surprised by the question. "Difficult, Mr. Holmes? No more than usual, I should say." Her tone carried that mixture of exasperation and affection that characterized her relationship with my friend. "Though I confess it has been pleasantly quiet, without pistol shots at the wall or malodorous chemical experiments at all hours." "And does the quiet please you?" Holmes asked with unexpected earnestness. "Or do you find it unsettling?" Mrs. Hudson considered this with the seriousness it seemed to demand. "Well, sir, I won't deny it's easier on the nerves when you're not conducting what you call your investigations at midnight. But," she paused, smoothing her apron, "it's almost too quiet, if you take my meaning, like waiting for a storm that hasn't arrived yet. You're not ill, are you, Mr. Holmes?" "Quite well, I assure you. It's just that you've been different these past weeks, thoughtful-like, and you've been eating regularly, which isn't like you at all when you've no case to occupy you." She turned to me with sudden concern. "He's not taken up that dreadful cocaine again, has he, Doctor?" "Certainly not," I assured her firmly. "I would know immediately if he had." "Good, good." She nodded, satisfied. "Well then, I'll leave you gentlemen to your tea. There's more shortbread in the kitchen if you want it. And Mr. Holmes," she paused at the door, "whatever you're puzzling over, I'm sure you'll work it out. You always do." The door closed behind her with a soft click, and Holmes sat quite still, staring at the space she had occupied. "Do you see, Watson? Even Mrs. Hudson perceives that something has changed. Yet when she asks if I am Osle, what can I tell her? That I am suffering from an excess of observation? That I have become afflicted with an awareness I cannot seem to quantify? I busied myself with the tea, pouring for both of us with the comfortable ritual we had perfected over countless evenings. 2 sugars for Holmes, though he would often let his cup grow cold beside him, forgotten in the intensity of his thoughts. 1 for myself, with a generous splash of cream. The familiar actions gave me time to consider his words, to search for some framework within which to understand this unusual mood. Perhaps, I suggested, handing him his cup, you are simply tired. We have had a strenuous year. The affair of the Norwood builder, the business with the golden pince-nez, not to mention that dreadful matter in Dartmoor. Even your formidable constitution requires rest. Rest, Holmes murmured, accepting the tea but holding it without drinking. Yes, I have been resting, and that is when I began to notice. Notice what? He gestured around our sitting room with his free hand, encompassing the familiar chaos of our shared domain. All of this, the way the firelight falls across the Persian slipper where I keep my tobacco, the precise angle at which you fold your newspaper, always the same, Watson. Did you know that? You fold it in thirds, vertically, before setting it aside. The way Mrs. Hudson arranges the tea things, the cups always to the left of the pot, the sugar bowl to the right, the spoons parallel to the edge of the tray. The sound of hansoms passing in the street below, their rhythm changing with the weather, the driver's calls muffled by rain or sharp in cold, clear air. He paused, and I saw his eyes move across the room, cataloguing, recording, that brilliant mind of his unable to rest, even in repose. I have lived in these rooms for years, Watson. You have shared them with me, excepting your brief marriage, of course, for the better part of a decade. And yet, it is only recently that I have truly observed them. Not as a detective observing a crime scene, searching for clues and anomalies, but as one observes. He hesitated, searching for the word, a home. The word fell between us with surprising weight. Holmes had always referred to Baker Street as our rooms or our lodgings, with the detachment of someone occupying a temporary post. The word home was not in his usual vocabulary. It implied a permanence, an emotional attachment that he typically dismissed as sentiment. It has been your home for some time, Holmes, I said gently, and mine as well, when I am here. Yes, but don't you see? He leaned forward with sudden intensity, his tea still untouched. That is the experiment, Watson, not the water. That was merely a metaphor, if you will. The experiment is this. I have been observing domesticity, routine, and the small repeated patterns of daily life. And unlike my observations of water, unlike any scientific inquiry I have ever undertaken, I find that the act of observation changes everything. The more I watch, the more I notice, the more significant it all becomes. There is a mystery here that deepens, rather than resolves with attention. I sipped my tea, feeling its warmth spread through me, and tried to understand what Holmes was attempting to articulate. It was not like him to struggle with expression. His mind typically moved with such clarity from observation to deduction to explanation. Yet here he sat, a man who had unravelled the most complex criminal conspiracies, apparently confounded by the simple fact of our shared existence in these comfortable rooms. Perhaps, I ventured, some things are not meant to be analysed. Some things simply are, and are to be appreciated rather than understood. Holmes looked at me then with an expression I had never seen before, gratitude mixed with something almost like relief. You have put your finger on it exactly, my dear Watson. Appreciated rather than understood. But how does one appreciate what one cannot quantify? How does one value what cannot be measured? The fire settled with a soft collapse of embers, sending up a shower of sparks. Outside, the rain had diminished to a gentle drizzle, the sound softer now, almost soothing. And in our sitting room at 221B Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes sat grappling with a question that had no logical answer, while I, his faithful friend and chronicler, began dimly to perceive that this quiet evening held depths I had not yet fathomed. Holmes set down his untouched tea. I had been quite right in my prediction, and reached once more for his violin. He lifted it with a tenderness that always surprised me, given his usual brusque handling of objects. The instrument seemed to come alive in his hands, as though it had been waiting patiently for this moment, and as he positioned it beneath his chin, I settled deeper into my chair, preparing myself for whatever musical journey he was about to undertake. The first notes were soft, almost tentative. A melody I did not recognize, though my knowledge of music was admittedly limited compared to Holmes's considerable expertise. It was not one of his usual improvisations, those wild, discordant explorations that signaled his mind working at fever pitch on some knotty problem. Nor was it one of the classical pieces he occasionally played with technical precision, but little feeling. This was something different entirely, a melody that seemed to emerge from the violin as naturally as breath, each note following the last with an inevitability that suggested not composition, but discovery. The music was melancholic, yet not sad. Contemplative, yet not brooding. It moved like water, sometimes flowing smoothly, sometimes eddying around some obstacle, sometimes falling silent for a heartbeat before resuming its course. I found myself listening, not with my ears alone, but with some deeper faculty, as though the melody was reaching past the ordinary channels of perception to touch something more fundamental. "Do you know what music is, Watson?" Holmes asked suddenly, though he did not stop playing. The words emerged between phrases, his voice soft yet clear above the violin's song. "I have read every treatise on the subject, studied the mathematics of harmony, analyzed the physical properties of sound waves. I can tell you precisely why certain combinations of frequencies please the ear while others discord. I can explain the acoustics of this violin, the tension of its strings, the resonance of its body." The melody shifted, becoming more complex, layers of sound weaving together in patterns that seemed both random and perfectly ordered. And yet, none of that explains why this. He drew the bow across the strings in a particularly poignant phrase. Should make a man feel as though his heart is both breaking and mending simultaneously. None of my analysis touches the essential mystery of why arranged vibrations in air should carry meaning, should evoke memory, should speak to something in us that has no name. I closed my eyes, letting the music wash over me, and found that Holmes was quite right. The melody was conjuring memories unbidden from the depths of my mind. I saw the sun setting over the Afghan mountains, painting the rocks in shades of amber and crimson. I heard the laughter of my late wife, Mary, as she had laughed on our wedding day. I felt the weight of my service revolver in my hand during our confrontation with the hound on the moor, the fear and exhilaration mixing in my blood like some potent chemical compound. "I remember," I said quietly, opening my eyes, "the night we first met. You were standing in the chemical laboratory at Bart's, and Stanford introduced us. You shook my hand with such vigour that you actually caused me to wince. My shoulder was still tender from the Jezail bullet, you recall. And then you deduced my entire history in Afghanistan within minutes of our acquaintance. Holmes's eyes remained closed as he played, but a slight smile touched his lips. You were quite astonished. You called me remarkable, I believe. I thought you were the most extraordinary person I had ever encountered, I admitted. I still do, if I am honest. But then I was simply amazed, and somewhat unnerved, if truth be told. I could not fathom how you had extracted so much information from so little evidence. The melody shifted again, taking on a lighter quality, almost playful. And yet, you agreed to share lodgings with this unnerving stranger. Why, Watson, surely a man of your respectable profession might have found more conventional companionship. It was a question Holmes had never asked directly in all our years together, though it had hovered between us often enough, implied but never spoken. I considered my answer carefully, for it seemed suddenly important to give him the truth without artifice or deflection. I was lonely, I said simply. I had been grievously wounded in body and spirit. I had returned to London with no prospects, no direction, no purpose beyond mere survival. And then I met a man who saw the world not as it appeared to be, but as it actually was, who looked at a muddy bootprint and saw an entire narrative of human behaviour, who could not tolerate unsolved puzzles or unpunished crimes. You were... I paused, searching for the right words. You were intensely, almost painfully alive, Holmes. And I think I hoped that some of that vitality might be contagious. Holmes opened his eyes then, though he continued to play, the melody now so soft it was barely audible above the crackle of the fire. And was it? Contagious, I mean. Entirely, I said with feeling. You gave me back my life, Holmes. Not the life I had before. That was gone forever, buried in the dust of Kandahar. But a new life, one filled with purpose and adventure and, well, friendship. Though I suspect you would consider that last item mere sentiment. I would have done it, Holmes said quietly. The music stopped, and he lowered the violin to his lap, his hands cradling it as one might hold something precious and fragile. I would have dismissed it as an emotional indulgence, a chemical reaction in the brain, producing an illusion of connection. I prided myself on my rationality, my objectivity, my immunity to the softer feelings that seemed to lead so many men astray. He looked at me directly then, and in his eyes I saw something I had glimpsed only rarely, a kind of vulnerability that he typically guarded with fierce determination. But that was before I conducted my experiment, before I spent these past weeks observing not crimes and criminals, but the simple fact of our shared existence. And I have discovered, Watson, that some phenomena resist rational analysis precisely because they are more real than reason alone can comprehend. I hardly dared breathe, sensing that we were approaching the heart of whatever mystery Holmes had been grappling with all evening. The rain had stopped entirely now, and in the silence that followed, I could hear the distant sounds of London settling into night, the rumble of a late omnibus, the call of a street vendor, the chiming of a church clock marking the hour. Music, Holmes continued, lifting the violin once more, is a perfect metaphor for what I am trying to understand. I can explain every technical aspect of how it is produced. I can analyze its structure, its mathematical relationships, its physical properties. But the moment I try to explain why it moves me, He drew the bow across the strings again, producing a single crystalline note that seemed to hang suspended in the air. I find that I am describing not the music itself, but my response to it. The mystery lies not in the object, but in the relationship between observer and observed. He began to play again, and this time I recognized the melody. It was a piece I had heard him play before, though never with such feeling. A Scottish air, if I was not mistaken, full of longing and loss and the bittersweet ache of memory. It was the kind of music that spoke of home and exile, of belonging and separation, of all the complex emotions that attend the bonds between human souls. "When I play," Holmes said, his voice barely above a whisper, "I am not alone with the instrument. I am in dialogue with it. It responds to my touch, to the pressure of my fingers, to the movement of the bow. And in responding, it shapes my playing in return. We create the music together, the violin and I, in a conversation that cannot be predicted or controlled entirely by either party." I understood then what he was truly trying to articulate. This man who had spent his life observing the world from a position of detached superiority, who had prided himself on his isolation and independence. He was discovering, perhaps for the first time, that the most profound truths weren't those he could deduce alone, but those that emerged from connection, from relationship, from the mysterious alchemy that occurred when two separate beings chose to share their existence. "It is rather like friendship, I suppose," I ventured carefully. "No single person creates it alone. It exists between two people, in the space they share, and it changes both of them in ways neither can entirely control or predict." Holmes's playing swelled, the melody building to a crescendo that filled the room with glorious, aching beauty. "Yes," he said, and there was something almost triumphant in his voice now. "Yes, exactly so. And that is what I have been observing these past weeks, Watson. Not you specifically, nor myself, but the phenomenon that exists between us. The relationship that has somehow, without my quite noticing when or how, become as essential to my existence as breath or thought or the blood that flows through my veins." The melody began to wind down, becoming softer, simpler, resolving finally into a gentle series of notes that seemed less an ending than a peaceful settling, like snow drifting down to rest upon the earth. Holmes lowered the violin one final time and sat in silence, his eyes distant, his expression that of a man who has travelled a great distance and arrived somewhere both strange and familiar. "I cannot measure it," he said at last. "I cannot quantify it or analyze it or reduce it to a formula. It defies all my methods, violates all my principles of rational investigation, and yet it is the most real thing I know." The fire had burned down to glowing coals, casting the room in a warm, ruddy light that softened the angles of Holmes's ascetic features. I saw in his face the evidence of our years together, the lines etched by concentration and sleepless nights, the shadows left by dangerous encounters and narrow escapes, but also, I fancied, something gentler, something that suggested that even the most brilliant and solitary of men could not remain entirely untouched by companionship and care. "Perhaps," I said softly, "the mystery is not meant to be solved, Holmes. Perhaps it is simply meant to be lived." He looked at me then, with an expression of such gratitude and relief that I felt my own throat tighten with unexpected emotion. "That is what I am learning, old friend. That is precisely what I am learning." Outside, London continued its eternal rhythm, indifferent to our small epiphanies. But in our sitting room at 221B Baker Street, something had shifted. Some acknowledgment had been made that could never be taken back. And I, John Watson, was honoured beyond measure to be present for this quiet revolution in the heart of the world's only consulting detective. Holmes set the violin carefully back in its case, his movements deliberate and unhurried, as though he were putting away not merely an instrument, but something sacred. I watched him fasten the clasps with those long, dexterous fingers that could be so gentle with delicate things, and yet so formidable when necessity demanded. It struck me, not for the first time, what an extraordinary collection of contradictions my friend represented. The cold logician who could be moved by music, the aloof observer who had just confessed to valuing our friendship above rational analysis, the man who claimed to be a mere thinking machine, yet whose humanity shone through in unexpected moments. "Tell me, Watson," he said, settling back into his chair and reaching for his pipe. The old clay pipe, I noted, not the cherry wood he favoured when dealing with clients. "Do you ever wonder what it would be like to possess an ordinary mind, to look at the world and see only surfaces, only the obvious and the expected?" I considered this curious question while Holmes lit his pipe with a spill from the fire, the flame illuminating his hawkish profile for a brief moment before he shook it out. "I confess I have never given it much thought," I admitted. "I am quite content with my ordinary mind, as you call it. It serves me adequately in my profession and in my daily life." "Ah, but your mind is not ordinary, my dear fellow," Holmes said, settling deeper into his chair with visible satisfaction, now that he had his pipe properly lit. "It is, however, normal, which is a very different thing. You see what most men see, and draw the conclusions that most men would draw. You are, if I may say so without offence, beautifully representative of your species. You are what human perception is meant to be." "And you are not?" I asked, though I knew the answer well enough. "I am an aberration," Holmes said with neither pride nor regret, merely stating a fact. A mutation, perhaps, or possibly just a man who has trained his faculties to an abnormal degree of acuity. Do you remember the case of the speckled band? How could I forget? A shudder ran through me at the memory. That dreadful swamp adder, the whistle in the night, poor Helen Stoner's terror. And you, Holmes, sitting perfectly still in that dark room, waiting for a venomous snake to appear. Yes, but do you recall what you thought when I first explained my theory? Before we travelled to Stoke Moran, when I laid out my deductions about Dr. Roylott and his scheme. I cast my mind back to that conversation, so many years ago now. I thought it was brilliant, but far-fetched, I said honestly. I could not see how you had arrived at such specific conclusions from such limited evidence. The ventilator that did not ventilate, the bell rope that did not ring, the saucer of milk in a house with no cat. Individually they seemed like trivial details, perhaps signs of eccentricity, but hardly evidence of murder. Exactly so, Holmes said, pointing his pipe stem at me for emphasis. You saw the pieces, but not the pattern. You observed the facts, but could not perceive how they interconnected to form a coherent narrative. And that, Watson, is the difference between a normal mind and, he paused, searching for the right word, and whatever peculiar instrument resides in my skull. He drew on his pipe, exhaling a cloud of blue smoke that rose lazily toward the ceiling. I have often wondered whether it is a gift or a curse, this ability of mine. Sometimes I think it is both simultaneously, which is rather fitting, as I seem constitutionally incapable of experiencing anything in simple, uncomplicated terms. Surely it is a gift, I protested. Think of the criminals you have brought to justice, the innocent people you have saved, the mysteries you have resolved. Without your abilities, countless wrongs would have gone unpunished. Yes, I have been useful, Holmes said, with a dismissive wave of his hand. But consider the cost, Watson. Consider what it means to see everything, to be unable to look at the world without analyzing it, dissecting it, reducing it to a series of observable phenomena and logical connections. Do you know that I cannot walk down a street without cataloguing every person I pass, their profession, their origin, their recent activities, all written plainly in the mud on their boots, the wear on their clothing, the calluses on their hands, the expression in their eyes? He leaned forward, his voice taking on an intensity that commanded my full attention. I cannot have a simple conversation without noting every inflection, every gesture, every physiological response that betrays what my companion truly thinks beneath their words. I cannot enter a room without observing 100 details that tell me stories no one meant to share. It is exhausting, Watson. It is profoundly, relentlessly exhausting. I had never heard Holmes speak of his gifts in quite this way before. Oh, I had witnessed his black moods, his occasional resort to cocaine to quiet his racing mind, his complaints of boredom when no interesting cases presented themselves. But this was different. This was not the restlessness of an active mind seeking stimulation, but rather the weariness of a man who could never truly rest. Never stop perceiving, never simply be. And yet, I said gently, you wouldn't trade your abilities for normalcy, would you? A wry smile crossed his lips. No, I suppose I would not. Which rather proves that I am as irrational as any other man, merely in a different fashion. I complain of a burden I would never willingly set down. It is most illogical. He rose and moved to the mantelpiece, where he picked up one of the letters from his precisely arranged correspondence. He did not open it, merely held it, turning it over in his hands, as though it were some curious artifact requiring examination. "This is from my brother Mycroft," he said. "It arrived this morning. I knew it was from him before I saw the handwriting, the weight of the paper, the quality of the seal, the slight indentation where his ring pressed against the wax, all perfectly consistent with his habits and preferences. I knew what it would contain before I opened it. A perfunctory inquiry about my health, a veiled suggestion that I should involve myself in some matter of governmental importance, and a postscript indicating his availability for lunch at the Diogenes Club. "And were you correct?" I asked. "In every particular," Holmes confirmed, setting the letter down. "But here is the curious thing, Watson. When I read the letter, I felt pleased, not because my deductions were accurate, but because it meant my brother was thinking of me. He had taken time from his duties, from his position at the very centre of Britain's government, to write to me, to maintain our connection, however formal and restrained that connection might be. He turned back to face me, and I saw in his expression something vulnerable and honest. I deduced all the facts of the letter accurately, but I completely failed to predict my emotional response to it. And that failure, strange as it may sound, gives me hope. Hope for what? Hope that I am not entirely the calculating machine I sometimes fear I have become. hope that beneath all my analysis and deduction there remains something irreducibly human, something that cannot be explained away by chemistry or logic or the mechanical operation of neural pathways. I thought of all the cases I had witnessed, all the moments when Holmes's supposed detachment had cracked to reveal genuine feeling. His rage at the injustice done to Helen Stoner, his fierce protectiveness of Mary Sutherland, deceived by her stepfather, his satisfaction, perhaps even joy, when we had saved the life of young Percy Phelps, his distress, quickly masked but visible to one who knew him well, when he thought I had been injured during our investigation of the Hound. "Holmes," I said carefully, "I think you underestimate your own humanity. Yes, you see the world differently than most men. Yes, your powers of observation and deduction are extraordinary, but I have never doubted that you possess a heart, however much you may claim to rely solely on your head." He laughed then, a genuine laugh that seemed to release some of the tension that had been building throughout our conversation. "You are a sentimentalist, Watson. I have always said so. But perhaps—" He paused, his expression softening. "Perhaps that is precisely why I value your perspective so highly. You remind me that there are truths that can't be deduced, only felt. That observation alone is insufficient without empathy to give it meaning." He returned to his chair and took up his commonplace book, opening it to the page I had noticed earlier. I could see it was covered with his distinctive handwriting, but instead of the usual notes on criminal cases or chemical formulas, I glimpsed what appeared to be observations about daily life. Simple things, described with unusual care. "I have been keeping a record," Holmes said, seemingly reading my thoughts. "Not of crimes or investigations, but of moments. Ordinary moments that somehow seem significant, though I cannot always articulate why. Mrs. Hudson bringing our tea, the sound of rain on the windows, the way you fold your newspaper, the particular quality of firelight on an October evening." He looked up from the book, his eyes meeting mine with unusual directness. "I am trying, Watson, to understand what makes these moments matter. Why a man who has faced death more times than either of us can count, who has solved some of the most complex criminal puzzles of our age, should find profound satisfaction in the simple routine of shared domesticity. It defies all logic, and yet it is undeniably true. Perhaps," I suggested, "it is because these ordinary moments are what make us human. The great dramas and adventures may define our lives in retrospect, but it is the small, repeated rituals that give life its texture and meaning. The morning coffee, the evening conversation, the comfortable silence between friends who need not speak to understand each other." Holmes nodded slowly, thoughtfully. "Yes, I believe you are right. And what I have been discovering, through my peculiar experiment, is that these moments cannot be captured through observation alone. I can record every physical detail, every measurable variable, but the essence of what makes them significant, that remains elusive, mysterious, resistant to analysis." He closed the commonplace book and set it aside. "I have spent my entire adult life believing that everything could be understood through sufficient application of reason and observation, that there were no real mysteries, only insufficient data. But now I find myself confronted with a mystery that deepens rather than resolves with investigation, the mystery of connection, of meaning, of what it is to share one's life with another human being." The fire had burned very low now, the coals glowing like rubies in the gathering darkness. Outside, I heard the watchman making his rounds, his footsteps echoing on the cobblestones, his voice calling the hour. Inside our sitting room, a different kind of timelessness seemed to have settled, the sense that we were suspended in a moment that would be remembered, though neither of us could yet say why. "I am glad," I said quietly, "that you chose to share these rooms with me all those years ago, Holmes, and I am honoured that you choose to share these thoughts with me now." Holmes looked at me, and in his face I saw gratitude and something more, a kind of peace, perhaps, or at least the beginning of it. "As am I, Watson, as am I." The clock on the mantelpiece chimed the half-hour, 8:30, if my internal sense of time served me correctly, and the sound seemed to rouse Holmes from his contemplative state. He glanced toward the precisely arranged correspondence on the mantelpiece, and I saw a flicker of something cross his face, not quite reluctance, but perhaps a weighing of options, a decision being made in that swift, invisible way his mind worked. "There is a letter," he said at length, rising from his chair with that curious grace he possessed, "that I have been meaning to discuss with you. It arrived 3 days ago, and I have read it no fewer than 17 times since then. Each reading reveals something new, or perhaps I should say, each reading reveals something about myself that I had not previously recognized." He selected an envelope from the middle of one stack, not the top, I noted, which suggested it had been deliberately positioned there, neither forgotten nor immediately urgent. The envelope was cream-coloured, of good quality paper, and bore a London postmark. Holmes held it for a moment, studying it as though he had not already committed every detail to memory, and then returned to his chair. "Before I read this to you," he said, "I must provide some context, else you will not understand why it has occupied my thoughts so thoroughly. Do you recall the case of the Abernethy family?" I searched my memory, sorting through the countless investigations I had witnessed or heard recounted. "I'm afraid not," I admitted. "The name sounds familiar, but I cannot place the specifics." "That is because you were not present, and I never recorded it in detail," Holmes said. "It occurred during your marriage, one of those cases I took on alone, during what I might call my professional solitude. Not a particularly complex matter, superficially speaking. A question of inheritance fraud, with some elements of forgery and impersonation. Sir Charles Abernethy had died, leaving his considerable fortune to his children, 2 daughters and a son. The son, however, had been estranged from the family for many years, having emigrated to Australia following some youthful indiscretion." Holmes paused to relight his pipe, which had gone out during our earlier conversation. The brief flare of the match illuminated his features, casting sharp shadows that emphasized the aquiline profile and keen eyes. "When Sir Charles died, a man appeared claiming to be the long-lost son, bearing documents that appeared authentic and possessing knowledge of family history that seemed to confirm his identity. The daughters were suspicious. They had received letters from their actual brother in Australia, and were convinced this claimant was an impostor. Yet they could not prove it, and the man's evidence was, on the surface, quite convincing." "And you exposed the fraud?" I asked, for this was the typical trajectory of such cases. "I did, though it required considerable effort. The impostor was remarkably well prepared. He had clearly spent years researching the family, cultivating his resemblance to the true heir, and manufacturing evidence to support his claim. But he made one error, a small thing really, but sufficient for me to unravel the entire scheme. A reference to a childhood pet by the wrong name, a detail he had misremembered from his research. From that single thread, I was able to pull apart his entire fabrication. Holmes drew on his pipe, his gaze distant, seeing not our comfortable sitting room, but some scene from years past. The true son was located in Sydney, prospering in the wool trade, and quite astonished to learn that someone had been attempting to steal his inheritance. The impostor was arrested, the daughter's suspicions vindicated, and justice was served. A satisfactory conclusion by any measure. "Then what troubles you about the case?" I asked, sensing there was more to this story. "Nothing troubled me at the time," Holmes said. "I solved the puzzle, exposed the criminal, collected my fee, and moved on to the next problem. The Abernethy sisters expressed their gratitude naturally. They had been spared both the loss of their inheritance and the horror of welcoming a criminal into their family. I thought no more about it." He held up the letter. "Until this arrived 3 days ago. It is from the elder of the two sisters, Miss Charlotte Abernethy. She is writing to inform me that her brother, the true brother, returned from Australia, died last month. And she wished me to know because, well, perhaps I should simply read you the relevant passage." Holmes opened the envelope with care, though I suspected he could have recited the contents from memory. He extracted several sheets of the same cream-coloured paper and unfolded them, his eyes scanning down to find the section he sought. She begins with the factual details of her brother's death. A heart condition, apparently quite sudden and merciful. She then describes the funeral, his wife and children, the grief of the family, all quite proper and expected. But then she writes this. Holmes cleared his throat and began to read, his voice taking on a softer quality, as though he were conscious of giving voice to another's intimate thoughts. "Mr. Holmes, I know it may seem peculiar that I write to you about these family matters, given that your acquaintance with us was brief and professional. Yet I find myself compelled to tell you something that has weighed upon my conscience these many years. When you solved our case and exposed that dreadful impostor, we were naturally grateful. You saved us from considerable financial loss and legal complication. But there was something else, something I have never spoken of to anyone, that your investigation accomplished. You see, Mr. Holmes, my brother James, the real James, had left us under difficult circumstances. There had been a terrible quarrel with our father, harsh words that could never be taken back, and James had departed for Australia in anger and pain. Over the years, we corresponded occasionally, but there was always a distance between us, a wound that had never properly healed. Part of me wondered whether we would ever be reconciled, whether he would ever return, whether our family could ever be whole again. But when that impostor appeared, claiming to be James, I found myself confronting a curious revelation. I discovered how desperately I wanted my real brother back. The fraudulent James was polite, charming, and said all the right things. Yet every word he spoke made me miss the genuine article more acutely. It was as though someone had created a perfect counterfeit of something precious, and in doing so had made me realize just how much I valued the original, flaws and all. Holmes paused, his finger marking his place on the page, and looked up at me. "Do you see, Watson? She is describing the same phenomenon I have been grappling with, the discovery that some things cannot be replaced or replicated, that their value lies not in their measurable qualities, but in their specific, irreducible authenticity. Please, continue, I urged, finding myself deeply moved by Miss Abernethy's words. Holmes returned to the letter. When you proved that the claimant was false, you gave us more than legal protection, Mr. Holmes. You gave us the gift of clarity. We wrote to James in Australia, and for the first time in decades, we wrote honestly. We told him that we missed him, that the quarrel had been foolish, that he was our brother regardless of geography or time or past disagreements. And he came home, Mr. Holmes. Not permanently. His life was in Australia by then. His wife and children were there. But he visited. We had 10 years of reconciliation before his death, 10 years of genuine brotherhood and sisterhood that we would never have had without your intervention. I do not think you realized, when you solved our case, that you were doing far more than exposing a criminal. You were, in a sense, returning our brother to us twice over, once by proving the impostor false, and once by helping us understand what we truly valued. For that, sir, I will be grateful all my remaining days. Holmes fell silent, carefully refolding the letter and returning it to its envelope. The fire crackled softly, and somewhere in the building I heard Mrs. Hudson's footsteps as she moved about her evening tasks. The ordinary sounds of domestic life, yet they seemed suddenly more precious, more worthy of attention. She goes on, Holmes said quietly, to invite me to call upon her should I ever wish to discuss her brother's life in Australia, or to hear stories of their reconciliation. She says she thinks I might find it instructive to know the full consequences of my work. A curious phrase, don't you think? Instructive, I repeated, turning the word over in my mind. Yes, I see why it caught your attention. She is suggesting that you might learn something from knowing how your investigation affected their lives beyond the immediate resolution of the case. Precisely. Holmes set the letter aside with the same careful precision he had used earlier in arranging his correspondence. I have solved hundreds of cases, Watson, hundreds of puzzles untangled, crimes exposed, mysteries resolved. I have always measured success by the accuracy of my deductions and the efficiency of my methods. But Miss Abernethy's letter suggests an entirely different metric, one based not on what I discovered, but on what I enabled others to discover about themselves. He leaned back in his chair, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin in his characteristic thinking pose. I have been pondering this letter for 3 days now, reading it repeatedly, and each time I find new layers of meaning. On the surface, it is a simple expression of gratitude, but beneath that, it is something far more profound, a meditation on authenticity, on the irreplaceable nature of genuine relationships, on the ways in which crisis can illuminate what truly matters. It sounds as though Miss Abernethy is something of a philosopher, I observed. Indeed. And like all the best philosophers, she arrived at her insights not through abstract reasoning, but through lived experience. She learned what mattered by nearly losing it, by confronting its counterfeit and recognizing the difference. Holmes paused, his gaze drifting to the window, where the darkness outside was now complete, broken only by the occasional glow of a street lamp. Which brings me to why I have been conducting my peculiar experiment these past weeks. I waited, sensing that we were approaching the heart of the matter, the revelation toward which this entire extraordinary evening had been building. When I first read Miss Abernethy's letter, Holmes continued, my immediate response was to analyze it, as I would any other document. I noted the quality of the paper, the distinctive handwriting, the careful construction of her sentences. I deduced her education, her social standing, her emotional state at the time of writing. All quite elementary, all quite beside the point. He rose and moved to the window, looking out at the darkened street below. I could see his reflection in the glass, superimposed over the nighttime scene beyond, two images occupying the same space, neither quite real nor quite illusion. Because what the letter was actually saying, what I was desperately trying not to understand, was that I have been living like that impostor. Not fraudulently, perhaps, but certainly artificially. I have been so focused on observation and deduction, on solving puzzles and exposing lies, that I have failed to engage with the most important truth of all, that life is not a problem to be solved, but an experience to be lived. The words hung in the air between us, and I found myself holding my breath, unwilling to interrupt what was clearly a moment of profound self-revelation. Miss Abernethy wrote about how the impostor said all the right things, but lacked authenticity. Holmes continued, still gazing out at the night. And I realized, with considerable discomfort, that I have spent much of my life saying the right things, performing the role of the brilliant detective, while keeping my actual self, whatever that might be, carefully hidden behind logic and analysis. He turned back to face me, and in the dim light his expression was vulnerable, in a way I had rarely witnessed. Do you know what frightened me most about her letter, Watson? It was the phrase about the reconciliation, about how the siblings had 10 years of genuine brotherhood and sisterhood. The word genuine struck me like a physical blow, because I realized I could not say with certainty that I had ever been genuine with anyone, even, perhaps especially, with myself. Holmes? I began, wanting to protest this harsh self-assessment, but he held up a hand. Let me finish, please. This is difficult enough to articulate without interruption. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. I began my experiment, my observation of our domestic routine, my cataloguing of ordinary moments, as an intellectual exercise. I told myself I was studying the phenomenon of domesticity with scientific objectivity. But that was itself a form of imposture, a way of engaging with genuine feeling while maintaining analytical distance. He moved back to his chair and sat down heavily, suddenly looking tired in a way that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion. What I have been slowly, reluctantly, coming to understand is that I cannot analyze my way to authenticity. I cannot deduce what it means to value another person, to appreciate the small rituals of friendship, to feel gratitude for companionship. These things must be experienced directly, without the protective barrier of intellectual examination. And have you, I asked softly, experienced them directly? Holmes was silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the dying embers of the fire. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, but clear, stripped of its usual analytical precision. I have been trying, these past weeks, to simply be present in these rooms with you, to not analyze why Mrs. Hudson arranges the tea things just so, but to simply appreciate that she does, to not deduce what your folded newspaper reveals about your character, but to simply be glad that you are here to fold it, to not calculate the mathematical relationships in music, but to let it move me without understanding why. He looked up at me, and I saw in his eyes something raw and honest. And the truth is, Watson, It terrifies me, because when I lower my analytical defenses, when I allow myself to feel without filtering everything through logic and observation, I discover that I care far more than I ever permitted myself to acknowledge. About these rooms, about our friendship, about the life we have built together in this peculiar partnership of ours. That is not something to fear, Holmes, I said gently. That is something to celebrate. Is it? He smiled, but it was a sad, uncertain expression. I have spent so long believing that emotion was weakness, that attachment was vulnerability, that caring deeply about anything gave it power to harm me. And I was not entirely wrong. Caring does make one vulnerable. The impostor in the Abernethy case had no power to truly hurt those sisters because they had no genuine investment in him. But their real brother, precisely because they loved him, had the power to wound them deeply through his absence. Yet they chose to reconcile anyway, I pointed out. They chose the risk of a genuine relationship over the safety of emotional distance. Yes, Holmes acknowledged. Yes, they did. And Miss Abernethy writes that she is grateful for those 10 years, despite knowing they would end in loss. She considers the grief worthwhile because the connection was real. He shook his head slowly, as though still marveling at this concept. I read that passage over and over, trying to understand how any rational person could make such a calculation. The pain of loss is certain, while the joy of connection is transient. The mathematics are quite clear. Mathematics cannot measure meaning, Holmes, I said. You have discovered that yourself through your experiment. Some things resist quantification not because we lack sufficient data, but because they exist in a dimension that numbers cannot touch. Holmes picked up the letter again, holding it carefully, as though it was something fragile and precious. Miss Abernethy ends with a postscript, he said. She writes, I suspect, Mr. Holmes, that you're a man who lives primarily in his intellect. If so, I hope you will forgive an old woman's presumption in suggesting that the heart has its own form of intelligence, equally valuable, though less easily measured. My brother taught me that during our reconciliation. It is never too late to learn such lessons, should one choose to be taught. He set the letter down with finality. She is quite right, of course. About me, about the heart's intelligence, about the possibility of learning. And that is why I have been conducting my experiment, why I have been observing our domestic life with such attention. I have been trying to teach myself something that cannot be learned through deduction alone, how to be genuinely present, genuinely connected, genuinely alive to the reality of human relationship. And what have you learned? I asked. Holmes met my gaze steadily, and I saw in his expression something I had never quite seen before. Not the triumph of a puzzle solved, not the satisfaction of a case concluded, but something quieter and deeper, something that looked almost like peace. I have learned, he said slowly, choosing his words with care, that the mystery of authentic connection is one that deepens rather than resolves with investigation, that some forms of knowledge come not from observation, but from participation, that the most important truths cannot be deduced from evidence, but must be discovered through experience. He paused, and when he continued, his voice was softer, almost wondering. And I have learned that I am grateful, profoundly grateful for the life we share in these rooms, for your patience with my moods, your tolerance of my eccentricities, your steady presence through all our adventures and misadventures. I have learned that this partnership we have built is not merely convenient or professionally advantageous, but is, in fact, the most valuable thing in my life. I felt my throat tighten with emotion, moved beyond words by this unprecedented confession. Sherlock Holmes, the man who claimed to be a thinking machine, who prided himself on his rational detachment, was acknowledging what I had long known but never dared to speak, that our friendship mattered, deeply and truly, to both of us. "The feeling is entirely mutual, my dear fellow," I managed to say, my voice rougher than usual. "Entirely mutual." Holmes nodded, seeming satisfied, and picked up his pipe once more. But before he lit it, he said one more thing, so quietly I almost missed it. "Miss Abernethy was right. It is never too late to learn. And I am learning, Watson. Slowly, perhaps, and with considerable resistance from my rational faculties. But I am learning." The fire had burned down to barely glowing coals, and the room had grown dim, lit now only by the soft gaslight and the faint illumination from the street below. But there was a warmth in that dimness, a sense of sanctuary and safety that had nothing to do with temperature or lighting. It was the warmth of genuine understanding, of authentic connection, acknowledged and valued. And I knew, with a certainty that required no deduction, that I would remember this evening for the rest of my days. Not as the night when a great case was solved, but as the night when the greatest mystery of all was finally, gently, beautifully revealed. The silence that followed Holmes's confession was not uncomfortable. Quite the opposite. It was the silence of two people who had finally said what needed to be said, who had crossed some invisible threshold together and found themselves in unexpectedly peaceful territory on the other side. Holmes busied himself relighting his pipe, and I found myself gazing into the dying fire, watching the last flames dance among the embers, each one a tiny transient perfection. "You know," Holmes said after a time, his voice contemplative, "there is a philosophical puzzle that has occupied thinkers for centuries. It concerns the nature of identity and authenticity. The ancient Greeks had a version of it. The ship of Theseus, they called it." I smiled, recognizing the shift in his tone. This was Holmes in his element now, not the vulnerable confessor of moments ago, but the teacher, the explicator of ideas. Yet there was a difference, a gentleness, perhaps, or an openness that had not been there before. "The ship that carried Theseus on his adventures," I said, dredging up the memory from my school days. "As it aged, each plank and timber was replaced, until eventually not a single original piece remained. The question being, was it still the same ship?" "Precisely," Holmes said with evident pleasure at my recollection. "And philosophers have debated the answer for millennia. Some say yes. It remains the same ship because it maintains its form and function and continuity of identity. Others say, no, it is an entirely different ship, merely occupying the same role as the original. Still, others argue that the question itself is meaningless, that sameness is a concept we impose on reality rather than something inherent in objects themselves." He drew on his pipe, exhaling a stream of smoke that caught the light like morning mist. "But here is what occurred to me while reading Miss Abernethy's letter, while conducting my experiment in observation. The puzzle of the ship is predicated on a false assumption. It assumes that the ship exists independently of everything else, that its identity is self-contained, determined solely by its physical components." "And you believe that assumption is false?" I asked, intrigued despite my weariness. "I know it is false," Holmes said with quiet conviction, "because identity, true identity, is not contained within objects or even within individuals. It exists in relationships, in connections, in the web of interactions that bind one thing to another. The ship of Theseus is not just a collection of planks, Watson. It is the ship that carried Theseus, that was sailed by his crew, that holds their memories and stories. Its identity is distributed across all those connections, not locked within its physical form." He leaned forward, his eyes bright with the intensity that always accompanied his moments of insight. "Consider Miss Abernethy's impostor brother. He had the correct physical appearance, the right documentation, and the appropriate knowledge of family history. By external measures, he was identical to the real James Abernethy. And yet, he was not James, not truly, because he lacked the web of authentic relationships, the shared history, the genuine emotional connections that constituted the real brother's identity." "So you are saying," I ventured, working through the implications, "that we are not merely individuals in isolation, but rather nodes in a network of relationships that defines us." "More than that," Holmes said, warming to his theme. "I am saying that the most essential aspects of our identity exist not within us, but between us. The ship of Theseus remains itself not because of its planks, but because of its role in the network of stories and relationships surrounding it. A person remains themselves not because of some immutable core of personality, but because of the pattern of authentic connections they maintain with others." He paused, seeming to gather his thoughts, and I saw that this was no mere intellectual exercise for him. He was working through something profound, using philosophy as a lens to understand his own recent revelations. "I have spent my adult life," Holmes continued, "attempting to maintain complete independence. I prided myself on needing no one, on being self-sufficient and self-contained. I believed that my identity was wholly internal. My intellect, my methods, my singular approach to solving puzzles. I was, I thought, like a perfect crystal, complete and whole unto myself." "But that was never truly accurate, was it?" I said gently. "Even before our partnership, you needed others, clients to bring you cases, criminals to provide puzzles, Scotland Yard to give you problems worth solving." "Yes," Holmes acknowledged, "though I did not see it that way at the time. I viewed others as instrumental, tools I used to exercise my abilities, sources of interesting problems, nothing more. I told myself I could function equally well in complete isolation, that human connection was merely convenient, rather than essential." He set down his pipe and looked at me directly, his gaze unwavering. "But these past weeks of observation have taught me otherwise. I have come to understand that the person I am, the person Sherlock Holmes, exists not in isolation, but in relationship. Particularly, primarily, in relationship to you, Watson." The words fell between us with unexpected weight. I found myself unable to speak, moved by the simple honesty of his statement. "When you are away," Holmes continued, "I am different. Not merely lonelier or more bored, though I am certainly both, but actually different in some fundamental way. My thoughts take different patterns. My observations feel less complete, as though I am seeing the world through only one eye instead of two. I find myself wanting to explain things, to share insights, only to realize you are not there to hear them. And in that absence, the insights themselves seem diminished, less significant." He rose and moved to the window again, though there was nothing to see now but darkness and the occasional passing light. I used to think such feelings were weaknesses, evidence of dependence that I should overcome. But I have come to understand that they are not weaknesses at all. They are evidence of authentic connection, of identity that is genuinely distributed across the relationship, rather than merely contingent upon it. Like the ship of Theseus, I said, beginning to see where his philosophical musings were leading. Exactly like the ship of Theseus, Holmes confirmed. If you replaced all my physical components, every cell in my body, every memory in my brain, but maintained the pattern of our relationship, I would still be myself in every way that matters. But if you removed our connection, even while leaving my body and mind intact, I would be someone fundamentally different. An imposter, occupying my role, saying the right words but lacking authenticity. He turned back from the window, and I saw that his expression had shifted again. No longer the intense theorist, but something softer, more personal. Do you remember the Reichenbach Falls, Watson? The question sent a chill through me, despite the warmth of the room. How could I forget? I thought I had lost you. I stood at that precipice and believed you were gone forever, swept away into that terrible torrent with Moriarty. Yes, Holmes said quietly. And do you recall what happened in the years that followed? Before I revealed myself to you, before you knew I had survived. I nodded slowly, the memories painful even now. I was diminished. I went through the motions of my life, my medical practice, my writing, my daily routines. But there was a hollowness to it all, a sense that something essential had been torn away. Mary tried to comfort me, and I was grateful for her kindness. But even our marriage could not quite fill the void your absence had created. Because, Holmes said, when I disappeared, part of your identity disappeared with me. Not the part that was wholly contained within you, your medical knowledge, your personal memories, your individual characteristics, but the part that existed in our relationship. Watson, who was Holmes's partner, who chronicled his adventures, who provided the human perspective that balanced his analytical one. That Watson ceased to exist when I vanished, even though you yourself survived. And you? I asked, suddenly understanding. What happened to you during those years? Holmes was silent for a long moment, and when he spoke, his voice carried a weight of remembered pain. I survived, obviously. I completed my mission, dismantled Moriarty's organization, and ensured that his lieutenants were brought to justice. By any objective measure, I was successful. I was still Sherlock Holmes, still observant, still analytical, still capable of brilliant deduction. He moved back to his chair and sat down heavily, his usual grace momentarily absent. But I was not whole, Watson. I functioned, certainly, but it was like... He paused, searching for the right metaphor. It was like performing calculations with half the numbers missing. I could reach conclusions, but they felt incomplete, provisional. I would solve some local mystery and find myself thinking, wait until Watson hears about this, only to remember that Watson believed me dead. That particular variety of loss. I had not anticipated it. Why did you not send a word? The question emerged before I could stop it, carrying years of hurt I had thought, long buried. Some sign that you lived, some message to spare me the grief. Because I was a fool, Holmes said simply, without defensiveness or evasion. Because I convinced myself that your grief was necessary for the deception to be complete, that Moriarty's remaining agents would surely be watching you for any sign that I survived. I told myself it was strategic thinking, that I was protecting you by letting you believe me dead, But if I am honest, and tonight seems to be a night for honesty, it was also because I did not understand. I did not grasp that what I was taking from you was not merely my physical presence, but part of your very identity. He looked at me, his eyes reflecting the dim firelight. I understood in abstract terms that you would mourn me. I even permitted myself to feel some satisfaction at the thought that I would be missed. But I did not comprehend the deeper truth, that in removing myself from your life, I was not merely causing you temporary pain, but fundamentally altering who you were. I was, in effect, forcing you to become an imposter of yourself, someone going through the motions of being John Watson while lacking the authentic relationships that made that identity real. And when you returned, I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. When I returned and saw your face, the shock, the disbelief, the way you fainted dead away in my sitting room, I understood what I had done. Not immediately, perhaps. At the time, I was still operating under my old assumptions, still thinking of identities as self-contained and relationships as convenient rather than essential. But looking back now, with the understanding I have gained through my recent experiment, I see it clearly. I had broken something profoundly important, and though you forgave me with characteristic generosity, the scar remained. Holmes, I said, moved by his obvious distress, I did forgive you. I do forgive you. You were dealing with extraordinary circumstances. Yes, extraordinary circumstances, Holmes interrupted, waving away my attempted comfort. There are always extraordinary circumstances to justify our choices. But what Miss Abernethy's letter helped me understand is that circumstances do not exempt us from consequences. The Abernethy sisters had extraordinary circumstances too: a dead father, a stolen inheritance, family trauma. But they chose to prioritize authentic connection over safety and convenience. They chose to risk vulnerability in service of something more important than self-protection. He leaned forward, his intensity returning. And that is what I have been trying to learn these past weeks, Watson. Not through some dramatic gesture or dangerous mission, but through the simple, difficult practice of being genuinely present, of allowing our connection to be real rather than merely instrumental, of acknowledging that my identity is not complete without the relationship that exists between us. The fire had burned down almost completely now, just a few glowing coals casting a ruddy light across the room. The darkness beyond seemed to press against the windows, but inside our sanctuary there was warmth and understanding, and something precious being carefully constructed through words and silence. There is another aspect to the Ship of Theseus puzzle, I said, surprising myself by extending the philosophical thread. Some versions of the story propose that if you collected all the original planks as they were replaced and built a second ship from them, you would have two vessels, each with some claim to being the true ship of Theseus. Which one would be authentic? Ah, Holmes said, his eyes lighting with interest. The duplicate ship problem. Yes, I have read that version, and the answer, I now believe, is that neither would be the true ship of Theseus in isolation. The first ship would have physical and temporal continuity, but none of the original materials. The second would have the original materials, but no continuity of form or function. Only together would they contain the complete story. And the story, Watson, is what constitutes authentic identity. So identity is narrative, I said slowly, working through the concept. Not just physical components or continuous existence, but the coherent story that connects past to present to future. Precisely, Holmes said with satisfaction. And narratives require both continuity and change. A story that never changes is static, dead, but a story that changes without maintaining some thread of continuity is incoherent, meaningless. Authentic identity, whether of a ship or a person or a relationship, requires both elements working together. He picked up his commonplace book again, opening it to a page near the end. I have been attempting to construct a narrative these past weeks, not of a criminal case or a scientific investigation, but of a life, our life, here, in these rooms. I have been recording the small moments, the repeated patterns, the gradual accumulations that constitute not adventure but existence. And what I have discovered is that those moments form a story every bit as coherent and significant as any of our published cases. "May I see?" I asked, curious what Holmes had been writing. He hesitated, then handed me the book with a gesture that seemed almost shy, an adjective I never thought I would apply to. Sherlock Holmes. I took it carefully and began to read, my eyes adjusting to his distinctive angular script. The entries were indeed observations of ordinary moments, but written with a precision and attention that transformed them into something more. Here was a detailed description of how I prepared my morning coffee, the exact sequence of movements I used, and the slight variations that indicated my mood or state of health. There was an analysis of Mrs. Hudson's different methods of arranging the breakfast tray, and what each method signalled about her assessment of Holmes's mental state. There were notes on the changing angle of afternoon sunlight through our windows across the seasons, and how that light altered the atmosphere of the rooms. But interspersed with these objective observations were other entries, written in a slightly different tone. Reflections on what these moments meant, attempts to articulate the significance of routine and ritual, meditations on the nature of home and belonging. And throughout, recurring like a musical theme, were entries about our partnership, what I had said or done, how Holmes had felt in response, his growing recognition that these feelings weren't weaknesses to be overcome, but truths to be acknowledged. "Holmes," I said, looking up from the pages, "this is remarkable. It is like a map of the territory we have been exploring together, even though I did not fully realize we were on a journey." "We have been on a journey," Holmes confirmed. "Or rather, I have been on a journey, and you have been my guide, though you did not know it. Every small gesture, every moment of patience or understanding, every instance of your steady presence, they have all been teaching me something I could not have learned through observation alone. They have been teaching me how to be authentic, how to exist not merely as an intellect, but as a person embedded in a genuine relationship." He took back the commonplace book and closed it gently. Miss Abernethy wrote about her 10 years of reconciliation with her brother, about how they learned to be genuinely themselves with each other, rather than playing roles or maintaining careful distance. And I realized that is what I want, Watson. Not 10 years, but however many years we have left. I want them to be years of authentic connection, rather than polite partnership. I want to stop being the imposter version of Sherlock Holmes who says the right things while keeping his actual self carefully hidden. I want to risk the vulnerability of a genuine relationship. "You already have," I said softly. "This entire evening, these confessions, this philosophical exploration, this willingness to examine your own heart with the same ruthless honesty you apply to criminal cases. That is authenticity, Holmes. That is a genuine connection. Perhaps, he acknowledged, or perhaps it is just the beginning of learning how to achieve those things. I suspect it will be the work of considerable time and effort. Old habits die hard, and I have spent decades perfecting the art of emotional distance. Then we shall work at it together, I said firmly, as we have worked at everything else, as partners, as friends, as two men who have chosen to share their lives despite their many differences. Holmes looked at me for a long moment, and I saw in his face something I'd glimpsed only rarely. Profound gratitude mingled with relief, and perhaps the faintest suggestion of hope. Yes, he said quietly, together. That is precisely the point, isn't it? Not alone, but together. Not through isolated brilliance, but through shared experience. Not as separate individuals who occasionally intersect, but as participants in a common story that defines us both. The coals in the fireplace gave one last sigh and settled into darkness, leaving us illuminated only by the gaslight and the faint glow from the street. But the darkness was not oppressive. It was intimate, peaceful, a cocoon of understanding that enclosed us both. You know, I said, feeling emboldened by the extraordinary honesty of the evening, when I first met you, I thought you were the most remarkable person I had ever encountered. That assessment has not changed. But what I did not understand then, and what I am only fully grasping now, is that your remarkableness lies not just in your brilliant mind, but in your capacity for growth. Most people become fixed in their ways as they age, unable or unwilling to question their fundamental assumptions about themselves and the world. But you are willing to conduct experiments on yourself, to challenge your deepest convictions, to risk being wrong about things you thought you understood completely. I had little choice, Holmes said wryly. Miss Abernethy's letter confronted me with evidence I could not ignore. And once I began truly observing our domestic life, really paying attention to what made certain moments significant, I found myself unable to maintain my old rationalizations. The data simply did not support my previous conclusions about the nature of relationship and identity. So you changed your conclusions, I said, like any good scientist confronted with contradictory evidence. Like any good scientist, Holmes agreed, though I confess the process has been considerably more uncomfortable than simply adjusting a hypothesis about chemical reactions or criminal behavior. Revising one's understanding of oneself is rather more emotionally fraught than revising one's understanding of external phenomena. We sat in companionable silence for a time, each lost in our own thoughts, yet somehow still connected, still sharing the space and the understanding we had built together over this extraordinary evening. And I realized that this was what Holmes had been trying to articulate all along, not just the value of our friendship, though that was certainly part of it, but something deeper and more universal. The recognition that we are not isolated atoms moving through space, occasionally colliding with other atoms, but rather waves in a great ocean, distinct yet inseparable, defined by our relationships to each other as much as by any intrinsic qualities we might possess. Thank you, Holmes said suddenly, breaking the silence, for listening, for understanding, for being patient with my stumbling attempts to articulate things that defy precise language, and most of all, for being the steady, genuine presence that made this revelation possible. You are, Watson, the most authentic person I know, and it has been through observing you, learning from you, that I have begun to understand what authenticity means. I felt my throat tighten with emotion, hardly knowing how to respond to such unexpected praise. "My dear fellow," I managed, "the honour is entirely mine, entirely." And in the warm darkness of our sitting room, two friends sat together in perfect understanding, having solved at last the greatest mystery either of us had ever encountered. The mystery of what it means to be genuinely, authentically, irreplaceably present in each other's lives. The night had grown late. I could hear the watchman calling the hour of 11 as he made his rounds along Baker Street, his voice echoing off the cobblestones with that peculiar clarity that belongs to the deep hours of evening. Yet neither Holmes nor I made any move to retire. There was a quality to this night, to this conversation, that demanded to be fully experienced, rather than truncated by the ordinary demands of sleep and schedule. We had crossed into territory that neither of us had explored before, and like any good explorers, we were reluctant to abandon our discoveries before we had properly mapped them. Holmes had risen to add more coal to the fire, and as the flames began to revive, casting renewed light and warmth into the room, I found myself reflecting on how this evening had unfolded. We had begun with Holmes's cryptic experiment, his observations of water and domesticity, and had progressed through music and philosophy to arrive at something I could only describe as a moment of grace, that rare and precious state where two human beings understand each other completely, without pretense or reservation. "You know, Watson," Holmes said as he returned to his chair, "there is one more aspect of Miss Abernethy's letter that I have not yet addressed. She wrote something in her closing paragraph that has haunted me almost as much as her reflections on authenticity." He did not need to retrieve the letter this time. I could see that he was reciting from memory, his voice taking on the cadences of Miss Abernethy's prose. "My brother James told me, during one of our last conversations, that he had never regretted the years in Australia, despite all the hardship and loneliness. He said that distance had taught him something essential about the nature of home, that home was not a place one occupied, but a set of relationships one maintained, that he had carried us with him across all those miles and years, and that we had never truly been separate, even when we were not speaking." Holmes paused, gazing into the revived flames. "I find that concept both comforting and troubling in equal measure. Comforting because it suggests that authentic connection is not contingent on physical proximity, that the relationships that define us persist even across distance and time. But troubling because it implies a responsibility, an ongoing obligation to maintain those connections regardless of circumstance." "Is that truly troubling?" I asked. "Or is it simply the nature of caring about something beyond oneself?" "Perhaps both," Holmes admitted. "I have spent my life minimizing obligations, carefully constructing my existence to maximize freedom and autonomy. The life of a consulting detective suited me precisely because it allowed me to engage with people's problems without becoming entangled in their lives. I could solve their mysteries, restore order to their chaos, and then withdraw back into my own private world. No ongoing responsibilities, no persistent emotional demands, no need to maintain connection beyond the duration of the case." "And yet," I observed gently, "you did not withdraw from our connection. Despite your supposed preference for solitude and autonomy, You invited me to share these rooms, and you have maintained our partnership for years." "Yes," Holmes said, his voice carrying a note of wonder, as though he was still surprised by his own choices. "Yes, I did. And at the time, I told myself it was purely practical. The rent was expensive. I needed someone to document my cases. Your medical expertise occasionally proved useful. I had a dozen rational justifications for why our arrangement made logical sense." He turned to look at me directly, the firelight illuminating his angular features. But none of those justifications were the actual reason, were they? The truth, which I was not ready to acknowledge even to myself, was that I wanted companionship. Not the superficial social interaction that one gets at clubs or dinner parties, but genuine, sustained connection with another human being. Someone who would see my work, understand my methods, appreciate my successes, but also, and perhaps this was most important, someone who would remain present during my failures and dark moods. "You have had both," I said, "successes and failures, light moods and dark, and I have remained present through all of them." "You have," Holmes agreed, and his voice held a note of gratitude so profound it was almost painful to hear. "Even when I made it difficult, even when I was caustic or dismissive, or so absorbed in my own thoughts that I barely acknowledged your presence. Even during my darkest periods, when I resorted to cocaine and pushed away everyone who cared about me. You remained, Watson. You remained." The weight of those words settled between us. I thought back over our years together, the brilliant triumphs and the terrible dangers, the long, comfortable evenings and the periods of tension and misunderstanding. Through it all, we had maintained our connection, sometimes strained, but never broken, sometimes tested, but never severed. And I realized that what Holmes was acknowledging was not merely gratitude for my persistence, but recognition of what that persistence represented. A commitment that went far beyond practicality or convenience, a choice to remain connected even when easier options presented themselves. "I remained," I said simply, "because this partnership, this friendship, has been the great privilege of my life. Because you gave me purpose when I had none, adventure when I craved it, and a home when I needed one most. The commitment was never one-sided, Holmes. You have given as much as I have, though in your own particular way." "Have I?" Holmes seemed genuinely uncertain. "I have often felt that I took far more than I gave, that you were the one making sacrifices, exercising patience, providing stability, while I simply existed in all my difficult particularity. You provided meaning," I said with conviction. "You showed me that the world was more interesting, more complex, more worthy of attention than I had ever imagined. You taught me to observe, to question, to look beyond surfaces to the deeper truths beneath. And more than that," I paused, searching for the right words. "You trusted me. You, who trusted so few people, who kept your own counsel and guarded your privacy with fierce determination. You allowed me into your confidence. You shared your thoughts, your methods, your very self with me in ways I suspect you have shared with almost no one else." "Mycroft," Holmes murmured, almost to himself. "I have shared certain things with Mycroft, though our relationship is complicated. We understand each other, my brother and I, but we do not, I think, truly know each other. Not in the way that requires vulnerability and emotional honesty." He fell silent for a moment, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin in his characteristic thinking pose. Do you know what frightens me most about this revelation I have been having? It is not the acknowledgement of caring, though that is certainly uncomfortable. It is not even the recognition of dependence, though that violates my self-image as a completely self-sufficient being. What frightens me most is the awareness of fragility, the understanding that something I value so highly could be lost, and that such loss would fundamentally alter who I am. Yes, I said quietly. That is the price of authentic connection. The vulnerability, the risk, the knowledge that grief is the inevitable cost of love. Miss Abernethy understood that. She wrote that the 10 years with her brother were worth the pain of his loss. But I wonder if you truly believe that, Holmes. Would you trade the connection to avoid the pain? The question hung in the air between us, and I watched Holmes consider it with the same intense concentration he brought to any important problem. But this was not a puzzle that could be solved through logic and deduction. This was a question of values, of what one was willing to risk for what one hoped to gain. No, he said at last, and his voice carried absolute certainty. No, I would not trade it. I would not choose isolation over connection, even knowing that connection brings vulnerability, even knowing that every moment of genuine relationship is shadowed by the possibility of loss. Because... He paused, his eyes meeting mine with unusual directness. Because a life without authentic connection is not truly life at all. It is merely existence, mechanical and hollow. And I have had enough hollow existence to last me several lifetimes. The admission seemed to release something in him. His shoulders, which I only now realized had been tense throughout our long conversation, relaxed visibly. He settled back into his chair with a sigh that sounded almost like relief, as though he had been carrying a great weight and had finally set it down. I think, he said, reaching for his pipe once more, that this is what Miss Abernethy meant by the heart's intelligence. Not sentimentality or emotion for its own sake, but the wisdom to recognize what truly matters despite, or perhaps because of, its impermanence and fragility. The courage to invest in something that cannot be measured or controlled or guaranteed to last forever. Exactly so, I agreed. And you have already been practicing that wisdom, Holmes, even if you did not recognize it as such. Every time you have risked your life to protect an innocent person, every case you have taken on behalf of someone who could not pay, every moment of genuine care you have extended despite your supposed detachment, all of those were acts of the heart's intelligence. Perhaps, Holmes conceded, though I would have described them differently at the time. I would have said I was simply pursuing justice, or satisfying my intellectual curiosity, or combating boredom. I would not have admitted, even to myself, that I cared about the outcomes beyond their abstract interest as puzzles to be solved. He lit his pipe, and the familiar ritual seemed to comfort him, providing a moment of normalcy in the midst of our extraordinary conversation. But I am learning to be more honest, both with myself and with you. And the honest truth is that I care deeply about a great many things, and that caring has been the true motivation behind much of my work, regardless of what rationalizations I constructed to maintain my self-image as a purely rational being. You are a purely rational being, I said with a slight smile. You are simply learning that rationality and emotion are not opposed to each other, as you once believed. That reason can lead one to value connection, that logic can demonstrate the importance of relationship, that the most intelligent choice is often the one that honors both head and heart. The heart's intelligence, Holmes repeated, turning the phrase over thoughtfully. Yes, I am beginning to understand what that means. Not a rejection of reason, but an expansion of it. An acknowledgement that some forms of knowledge cannot be achieved through analysis alone, but require participation, engagement, the willingness to be changed by what one encounters. The fire crackled companionably, and outside I heard the sound of a late hansom passing in the street, its horse's hooves striking a rhythmic pattern against the cobblestones. The ordinary sounds of London settling into night. Yet they seemed newly significant somehow, evidence of a world that continued its eternal patterns around us while we sat in our small sanctuary, mapping new territories of understanding. "Tell me," Holmes said, shifting in his chair to face me more directly, "during those years, after Reichenbach, when you believed me dead, what sustained you? How did you manage to continue, to find meaning, to build a life despite what must have been terrible grief?" The question caught me off guard, pulling me back to memories I had long tried to keep at a comfortable distance. "It was difficult," I admitted. "More difficult than I have ever told you, perhaps. I went through the motions of my daily life, my medical practice, my social obligations, my marriage to Mary. And she was wonderful, Holmes. Patient and understanding and far more perceptive than I gave her credit for. She knew that part of me remained at Reichenbach, standing at that precipice, unable to accept that you were truly gone." I paused, organizing my thoughts, trying to articulate feelings I had never fully examined. What sustained me, I think, was the work we had done together. The cases we had solved, the adventures we had shared, the way you had taught me to see the world. You had given me a lens through which to view reality, a set of tools for understanding human behavior and finding meaning in apparent chaos. Even in your absence, that gift remained. I could look at a situation and think, what would Holmes observe here? What connections would he make? And in doing so, I felt connected to you still, even though I believed you dead. "I am sorry," Holmes said quietly, and the simple directness of the apology moved me deeply. "I am profoundly sorry for putting you through that ordeal. At the time, I told myself it was necessary, that the deception served a greater good. But necessity does not erase harm, and the greater good does not compensate for the personal cost I inflicted on you." "You have apologized before," I reminded him, "and I have forgiven you before. What matters now is not what happened then, but what we choose to do with our present and our future." "Yes," Holmes agreed, "the present and the future, which brings me to something I have been contemplating throughout this evening, something I need to say before we conclude this rather extraordinary conversation." He set down his pipe and leaned forward, his expression serious, but no longer troubled. Instead, I saw in his face a kind of clarity, a resolution that suggested he had finally arrived at some important understanding. "I have spent this evening telling you about my experiment, my observations, my growing awareness of what our partnership means to me. I have confessed my fears and my failures, my inability to articulate what I feel, my gradual learning of what it means to engage authentically with another person. But I have not said, clearly and directly, what all of this amounts to. And I think," he paused, choosing his words carefully, "I think that clarity matters, that some things should be stated explicitly rather than merely implied." I waited, hardly breathing, sensing that we were approaching the culmination of this long evening's journey. You are not simply my colleague, Watson. You are not merely my chronicler or my assistant or even just my friend. Though you are certainly all of those things, you are—" Holmes stopped, seeming to struggle with the inadequacy of language, then continued with quiet intensity. "You are the person who makes my life meaningful. You are the connection that anchors me, the relationship that defines me, the authentic presence that has taught me what it means to be fully human rather than merely brilliantly analytical." His voice had dropped to barely above a whisper, but every word fell with perfect clarity into the quiet room. I cannot promise that I will always express this well. I cannot guarantee that I will not sometimes retreat into analysis and distance, that old habits will not occasionally reassert themselves. But I can promise that I will continue trying to practice what Miss Abernethy called the heart's intelligence, the willingness to acknowledge what matters most, the courage to maintain connection despite its inherent vulnerability, the wisdom to value authentic relationships above safety or self-protection. I found myself blinking rapidly, my eyes unaccountably damp. "Holmes, please," he interrupted gently, "let me finish. Because this is important, and I need to say it while I have the clarity and courage to do so. I need you to know that I am grateful, profoundly grateful, for every day of our partnership, for every case we have solved, every danger we have faced, every quiet evening we have shared in these rooms. For your patience with my moods, your tolerance of my peculiarities, your steadfast presence through all my brilliances and all my failures." He paused, and when he continued, his voice carried a note of wonder. "I need you to know that you have given me something I did not know was possible, a sense of home, of belonging, of being known and valued, not despite my strangeness, but somehow because of it, or at least alongside it. You have taught me, through your simple, generous presence, that authentic connection is not just possible, but essential. That the heart's intelligence is not weakness, but profound strength. That the most important mysteries are not the ones we solve, but the ones we choose to live within." The silence that followed was complete and profound. Outside, London had grown quiet. The last hansoms departed, the streets settling into that deep hush that precedes dawn, though dawn was still hours away. Inside our sitting room, the fire burned steadily now. The coal Holmes had added, providing renewed warmth and light, and in that warm circle of illumination, two men sat facing each other with complete honesty and understanding. "My dear Holmes," I said at last, my voice rough with emotion, "I hardly know how to respond to such an extraordinary testament, except to say that everything you feel, I feel in equal measure, that this partnership has been the great adventure of my life, surpassing anything I could have imagined when I first met you in that laboratory at Bart's. That I am honoured beyond words to be the person with whom you have chosen to share your life and your extraordinary mind." I leaned forward, needing him to understand the full weight of what I was about to say. "You speak of learning authenticity, of discovering the heart's intelligence, as though these are new achievements. But Holmes, you have always possessed these qualities, even when you could not recognize or name them. Your fierce commitment to justice, your rage at cruelty and exploitation, your determination to protect the vulnerable. These have always been expressions of a profoundly moral and emotional core, regardless of what intellectual frameworks you used to justify them." "Perhaps," Holmes said, and I saw the ghost of a smile touch his lips, "perhaps I have been a more emotional creature than I wish to admit, even to myself. It would explain much about my behaviour, including my occasional dramatic flares and my tendency toward melancholy when unstimulated by interesting problems. It would indeed, I agreed, relieved to hear a note of humour returning to his voice. And it would explain why the world's most rational detective has risked his life repeatedly for causes that logic alone would not support. Why has he taken cases for clients who could not pay? Why has he, on more than one occasion, allowed criminals to escape when mercy seemed more just than prosecution? You are describing a very irrational person, Holmes observed, but his tone was warm rather than defensive. I am describing a very human person, I corrected. Someone who has always possessed the heart's intelligence, but who has only recently begun to acknowledge it consciously and deliberately. And I am honoured, Holmes, to witness this development, to be present for this revelation, to share this moment of understanding with you. Holmes stood then, moving to the window one final time, and I rose as well, joining him there. Together, we looked out at Baker Street, quiet and dark save for the pools of yellow light cast by the street lamps. A light rain had begun to fall again, the droplets catching the lamplight like tiny stars descending to earth. "Do you remember," Holmes said softly, "when we first took these rooms? How uncertain it all seemed, how provisional. Two strangers agreeing to share lodgings primarily for financial convenience, with no particular reason to believe we would suit each other or that the arrangement would last beyond a few months." "I remember," I said. "I remember thinking you were the most peculiar person I had ever met, and wondering if I was making a terrible mistake." "And now?" Holmes asked, though I suspected he knew the answer. "Now I know that it was the best decision I ever made, that these rooms, this partnership, this life we have built together, it is home, Holmes. Not because of the location or the furniture or even the memories we have accumulated, though all of those matter. It is home because you are here, because we are here together, because we have chosen, day after day and year after year, to maintain this connection, despite all the difficulties and dangers and differences between us." Holmes was quiet for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the rain-swept street below. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft but clear, carrying a note of peace I had rarely heard from him. "Miss Abernethy's brother was right, you know. Home is not a place but a set of relationships. And I am home, Watson, here, in these rooms, with you. I am finally, fully home." The rain continued to fall, gentle and persistent, washing the streets clean and filling the night with its soft percussion. Inside our sitting room at 221B Baker Street, the fire burned steadily. The gaslight glowed warm and golden, and two friends stood together in comfortable silence, having said everything that needed to be said. "I suppose," Holmes said after a time, his tone lightening, "that we should consider retiring. It must be well past midnight, and you have patients to see tomorrow, or rather, today." "I suppose we should," I agreed, though neither of us moved toward our respective rooms. There was something perfect about this moment, something we were both reluctant to end. "Watson," Holmes said, turning to face me one last time, "thank you. For this evening, for these years, for everything. I'm not always able to express such things, but tonight I can say with absolute clarity that I am grateful for you, grateful for us, grateful for this life we share." "As am I, Holmes," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "As am I." We stood there for another moment, Two men who had faced death together more times than either cared to count, who had solved mysteries and righted wrongs, and shared countless ordinary evenings in these comfortable rooms. Two men who had, without quite realizing when or how it happened, become essential to each other's existence. Two men who had finally acknowledged, openly and honestly, what had always been true, but never quite articulated, that they were bound together not by convenience or obligation, but by authentic connection, by the heart's intelligence that transcended logic and analysis. "Good night, Watson," Holmes said at last. "Good night, Holmes." And as I made my way to my own room, I carried with me the warmth of this extraordinary evening, the weight of Holmes's confessions, and the profound satisfaction of having witnessed my brilliant, difficult, impossible friend finally recognize and accept what I had known for years. That he was not merely a thinking machine, not simply a consulting detective, but a full and complex human being, capable of genuine connection and authentic relationship. I lay in my bed, listening to the rain against the windows, to the occasional creak of the old building settling, to the distant sounds of London at rest. And I thought about identity and authenticity, about the ship of Theseus and Miss Abernethy's letter, about the heart's intelligence and the mystery of genuine connection. I thought about how we define ourselves not in isolation, but in relationship. Not through what we are alone, but through what we become together. And I was grateful for Holmes's trust, for his vulnerability, for his willingness to undertake the difficult work of self-examination and growth. Grateful for our partnership, our friendship, our shared home. Grateful for the ordinary evenings and the extraordinary adventures, for the dangers faced and the mysteries solved, for every moment of our unlikely but essential connection. As sleep finally claimed me, my last conscious thought was simple and profound. I am blessed. Blessed to know Sherlock Holmes, blessed to share his life, blessed to be present for this quiet revolution in the heart of the world's only consulting detective. And in the room next to mine, I imagined, Holmes lay in his own bed, perhaps still awake, perhaps still processing the evening's revelations. But for once, I suspected, his restless mind was at peace, having finally solved the greatest mystery he had ever encountered. The mystery of what it means to be authentically, genuinely, irreplaceably human. The rain fell softly on Baker Street, and all was well. Present day. As I write these final words in my study, so many years later, that October evening remains vivid in my memory. More vivid, perhaps, than many of our more dramatic adventures. It was the night Holmes allowed himself to be vulnerable, the night we both acknowledged openly what had always been implicit in our partnership. It was the night we stopped being merely colleagues, or even just friends, and became something more essential to each other. True companions, bound by authentic connection and mutual understanding. Holmes kept his promise. He continued to practice what Miss Abernethy called the heart's intelligence, though it remained difficult for him, a skill that required conscious effort rather than coming naturally. But he did practice it, and over the years that followed, I watched him grow increasingly comfortable with acknowledging his own humanity, his own capacity for care and connection. The cases continued, of course. The adventures did not cease, because we had achieved some moment of personal revelation. But they were different somehow, enriched by the depth of understanding we had reached that October night. We were not merely partners solving puzzles, but companions sharing a life, and that made all the difference. I have never published this account, and likely never will. It is too personal, too intimate, too far removed from the dramatic tales of crime and detection that the public expects from Dr. Watson's chronicles. But I have recorded it nonetheless, for myself, as a reminder of what matters most. Not the brilliant deductions or the dangerous pursuits, not the accolades or the publications, but the quiet moments of genuine connection, the ordinary evenings that constitute the true substance of a life well lived. The ship of Theseus remains itself not because of its planks, but because of its story. And the story of Sherlock Holmes and John Watson, the story of two unlikely friends who found in each other the possibility of being fully, authentically themselves, that story, I believe, is worth remembering, worth cherishing, worth recording here in these private pages, that I might never forget the evening when Holmes finally came home to himself, and in doing so reminded me why I had been so blessed to share his extraordinary life. J.H.W., November 6th, 1912.